And they're off. A clean break. Several going for the lead. Galveston on the inside with Cantucci, Commander Joe, Attestation, Hardware Gap, and a la carte. There's 6 across the track in the early stage in the opening furlong. Only a length separating the entire field. This looks like a race at Ajax Downs as they go into the bend. It's Galveston up a length now, Cantucci second. Commander Joe hard ridden by Vanek in third with Attestation 4 deep and a la carte widest of all. Hardware Gap now the distinct trailer, but still only 3 lengths front to back. Opening quarter is 22-4. It's Galveston looking to make all. Attestation getting into second. A la carte very wide. They're still stacked up a line of 5 at the head of the stretch. Looking for room is Cantucci getting in a bit tight there, as is Commander Joe. Now Attestation coming after Galveston and a la carte down the extreme outside. These two have covered the most ground, but they're finishing best. Attestation and Juan Crawford on top. A la carte coming into second, but Attestation will prevail. Attestation and Juan Crawford to open up the day. Then a la carte, Galveston, Cantucci, Commander Joe, and Hardware Gap, 59-2. And they're off. Chrome's big break out best from the center with Signature Ring on the far outside. Strike Accord racing in third towards the rail. Fairhope Curly and Super Cord are racing as a pair, and then it's a gap of 4 to Sigiriya. They race within the half-mile pour, and Strike Accord is tracking the stablemate Signature Ring as they race into the turn. Chrome's big break is third in the 3-path. Fairhope Curly and Michael David fourth, saving ground past the quarter in 22-4. Crawford asks Super Cop to keep up now from 5th, and Sigiriya still at the back. Signature Ring and Helen Vanek lead the charge with 2 furlongs left to go. Reyes asks Strike Accord now as Chrome's big break angles 3 wide. Then Fairhope Curly, Super Cop, and Sigiriya. Down the stretch they come. Strike Accord is tired, and that leaves Signature Ring loose on the lead, 3-length advantage with less than a furlong to go. Chrome's big break is coming into second, and Fairhope Curly rallying up the inside, but Signature Ring, an easy score, handwritten to the wire by Helen Vanek. Signature Ring by 2.5, then Chrome's big break, Fairhope Curly. Super Cop might have just gotten up for 4th over Strike Accord. 5 furlongs in a minute flat. And they're off. Canadian Forces broke bell with Meritude and Noisy Girl the Grey down along the inside. Now splitting horses, Magnetize is making a rush. It's Payday racing in 5th, about 4 lengths off the early lead, and then it's 2 more back to Charity First. The early advantage belongs to Magnetize and Juan Crawford, racing a length and a half better than Noisy Girl and Alexis Sanchez. Meritude at even money under Praven Badri stalks from 3rd past an opening quarter in 22-3. Canadian Forces, after breaking well, is falling back, being passed by It's Payday and Andre Martin, and Charity First is tailed off at the back. It's about 12 lengths front to back. Magnetize still in control. Noisy Girl comes off the inside, asks for a little more by Sanchez as Meritude cruises up in the 3-path. It's Payday trying to get going from 4th, still about 6 lengths off the lead, then Canadian Forces and Charity First. 47-1, a slow half mile. They reached the head of the lane, and Meritude on the far outside trying to take the advantage. Noisy Girl drifts in and bumps into Magnetize, who's tired. It's Payday coming with a late charge. Within the final furlong, it's Meritude on top. Noisy Girl trying to fight back down along the inside, and it's Payday is closing, but Meritude has a 2-length cushion with 70 yards to travel. Meritude and Praven Badgery will prevail. Meritude over its Payday, Noisy Girl, Magnetize, Charity First, and Canadian Forces. 6 furlongs and 1:14-4. And they're off. Rose for Carrick took a hop at the start. Alzado also out a bit slowly. Straight to the lead is Heavy Like a Chevy and Brian Shane. They've quickly opened up 2 lengths. Malmer is racing second on the outside of Arctic Velocity. Then Alzado, who's third off the rail and widest, is Rose for Carrick. They race down the backside and into the bend. Now out from the trees, it's Heavy Like a Chevy up by 3 lengths. Arctic Velocity and Corey Jordan racing second on the inside of Malmer and Steve Jadu. The quarter, 22-2, midway round the turn. Alzado, ridden along by Sanchez in fourth, and Rose for Carrick has found the rail at the back. Heavy Like a Chevy blowing the turn, but still has the lead at the head of the lane. Arctic Velocity with plenty of room up the inside. Malmer in the cheek pieces is third, but not doing enough. Heavy Like a Chevy gets back on a straight course and is still up by 2. Arctic Velocity is second. Malmer is third on the far outside, but Heavy Like a Chevy and Brian Shane going on to an easy front-end score geared down at the wire. Heavy Like a Chevy, then Arctic Velocity, Malmer, Rose for Carrick, and Alzado. 5 furlongs and 58-3. And they're off. Blazing Bow was out slowly. Stablemate Stylish Gent straight to the lead with Computer Hacker second on the outside, then Always Away, gaining position towards the rail. Blazing Bow after the slow beginning is mid-pack in fourth, a length better than Heat Merchant, and the early trailer is Bingo's Grind. They string out about 8 lengths front to back. It's Stylish Gent and Deshaun Gaskin leading 2.5 to Computer Hacker and Luis Reyes. Always Away, Juan Crawford in the bright pink silks races third on the inside. Then it's the white cap of Blazing Bow being joined by Heat Merchant, who's 3 wide, and Bingo's Grind, and Kirk Johnson still at the back. They race into the turn. The opening quarter was 22-4. It's Stylish Gent cruising comfortably. Computer Hacker in the blue and gold is second. Always Away comes under a ride. Blazing Bow splitting horses. Heat Merchant 3 deep, and now Bingo's Grind with a 4 wide rally. The half was 46 flat. Stylish Gent has led every step of the way and still has a 3-length cushion at the head of the lane. Bingo's Grind down the extreme outside has quickly found his way into second and is gaining on Stylish Gent. Always Away down along the rail. It's Stylish Gent trying to fend off Bingo's Grind. Always Away on the inside. Stylish Gent and Bingo's Grind. Always Away along the rail. 3 across the track. Stylish Gent finds enough. Stylish Gent wins with Deshaun Gaskin. A photo for place between Always Away and Bingo's Grind, then Heat Merchant, Computer Hacker, and Blazing Bow. 6.5 in 118 and 3. And they're off. A good beginning, Sterling Castle, hard ridden from the center with My Math is Correct between horses, down along the inside, Glint and Daddy's Eye. Short Story Long in good position, mid-pack early on the outside of Cooler Man, then it's 2.5 more lengths to Time's a Breeze. They race down the backside. The first 5 are pretty compact, but the lead now belongs to Sterling Castle and Deshaun Gaskin. It's Sterling Castle a length. On the inside, Glint and Daddy's Eye and Luis Reyes race in second. Short Story Long is into third. On the outside with Steve Jadu, then we have My Math is Correct racing as a pair with Cooler Man, and Time's a Breeze can see them all. Opening quarter was 22 and 3. The wind is harsh, the rain is falling, and Sterling Castle has a short lead from Short Story Long. Here comes Cooler Man and Mikey David making a menacing rally on the outside. Fourth down along the rail is Glint and Daddy's Eye, then Time's a Breeze is overtaken. My Math is Correct. Down the stretch they come. It's still Sterling Castle looking to fend off all challengers. Short Story Long down the outside. Glint and Daddy's Eye with room on the rail. Cooler Man is still there. 4 with a chance and a 16th to go. It's Sterling Castle. Glint and Daddy's Eye. Cooler Man surging. Sterling Castle going to hold on. Sterling Castle 3 parts of a length over Cooler Man. Then Glint and Daddy's Eye. Short Story Long. Time's a Breeze and My Math is Correct. 6 furlongs and 112 flat. And they're off. They broke in a very good line of 6. Tiernan hustled out from the rail by Mail Hot with Dodester second. Final Run for Love a bit closer than expected in third, racing on the inside of Wolf Beach. Then we have Roombaba racing on the inside of Herta Ghost. Spread out about 6 lengths front to back as they race into the turn. 3.5 furlongs to travel, and Tiernan and Pierre Mail Hot on a 2-length lead. Dodester and Ishmael Mascara second, well clear of the rest. 22 and 2 for the opening quarter. Wolf Beach and Kirk Johnson racing third, then Roombaba and Helen Vanek fourth, Final Run for Love and Juan Crawford, and then Herta Ghost and Luis Reyes. They race within the quarter pole. At the head of the lane, it's Tiernan looking to make all. Dodester encouraged with Mascara's right hand. Final Run for Love coming into third on the inside with Wolf Beach. The top 2 are up by at least 10 lengths within the furlong pole. It's Tiernan and Pierre Mail Hot. Still trying. Dodester is game on the outside. Tiernan maintaining the advantage. Coming down to the wire. Tiernan goes all the way. Tiernan a length and a half to Dodester. Then a late charge from Herta Ghost, Wolf Beach, Final Run for Love, and Roombaba. 5/8 and 58 and 2. And they're off. A very good beginning. Speed from the inside. Where is Essa with a hard-ridden name of the game between horses. Silent Miracle going to stalk the early pace. Then we have Gus's Gamble racing in fourth on the outside, 2.5 lengths off the leaders. Paperback Hero races one path off the rail with Kitty Holiday to his inside, and the early trailer is Rise My Guy. Only about 5 lengths front to back. It's a battle up front. Name of the game with a short advantage from Where Is Essa. The opening quarter was 22-2. Silent Miracle in the black silks moving up third, 3 wide. Paperback Hero is saving ground in fourth in the orange. Gus's Gamble is ridden along to his outside in fifth. Then we have Kitty Holiday in the white cap, and Rise My Guy still trails. Midway round the bend, and now Silent Miracle is easily overtaken. Name of the game and Where Is Essa. Paperback Hero under some right-handed encouragement with Gus's Gamble to his outside, then Kitty Holiday, and still at the back, Rise My Guy. The half was 45-4. Silent Miracle beginning to spin his wheels on the inside. Name of the game finding more. Gus's Gamble and Paperback Hero both looking for a split. It's Silent Miracle. Name of the game, Game on the inside. Here comes Paperback Hero. Silent Miracle looking for the wire. Silent Miracle holds on under Ishmael Mascara. Silent Miracle, then Paperback Hero, Gus's Gamble, Name of the Game, Kitty Holiday, Where Is Essa, and Rise My Guy, 6 furlongs and 112 flat. gentlemen, happy Father's Day and welcome back to Fort Erie Racetrack for a beautiful Sunday afternoon of racing here at the Border Oval. Picture perfect conditions for our Father's Day celebration. Sunny weather, 20 degrees Celsius, 68 Fahrenheit. Very slight breeze coming out of the west at 4 miles per hour. We have 8 races on tap today. The main track is fast and the turf is firm with 29 minutes to first post. Visit our website, fortierieracing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show for info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back next week at Fort Erie. We switch to Monday and Tuesday. Post time will be 4:30. Be sure to come out next Tuesday, June 30th, for a free concert after the races featuring Rock Garden. And we are in partnership with Fort Erie Festivals, free cupcakes while supplies last. Be sure to come out for the Wiener Dog races Sunday, July 12th. As always, admission is free. And the Basset Hound and Corgi races are coming back to Fort Erie on August 3rd. Registration details for the dog races are available on our website. Fort Foodie Fest returns on Sunday, August 30th, sponsored by TELUS Pure Fiber. Come out for the races and the Food Truck Festival. Post time will be 12:15. The 91st running of the Prince of Wales Stakes is taking place on Labor Day, September 7th. And returning once again this year for Prince of Wales Stakes is the fashion contest. The best dressed ladies win a gift certificate. Sponsored by Lasting Impressions Lifestyle Boutique. Track-a-Lantern is taking place on October 12th. Kids in costume can come and trick-or-treat around the track starting at noon. Non-winning ticket draw today is taking place after race 6. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $15 per person. The track pack includes 1 food item, 1 drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 70 HD or Channel 100 Epico, Thursdays at 10:30, Saturdays at 4, and Sundays at noon. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage are allowed in these areas, and no cannabis is allowed on the property. Up next are today's changes. In race 1, we have a corrected weight on the number 5 Gambler's Pose. Christoph Douglas is now a 5-pound bug, so correct the weight to 117 pounds. Race 2 is clear, no changes in the second. Race 3 is also clear, no changes. In race 4, take note that the number 5 Leasy 8 is a supplemental entry. In race 5, Stewart scratched the main track onlys, number 8, If You Insist, and number 9, Stylish Gent. In race 6, there will be no show wagering. Also take note that the number 1, Forest Flash, is a supplemental entry. Race 7 is clear, no changes in the 7th. And in race 8, Stewart scratched the number 9, main track only, for Beach Friends. Back again for one of our favorite days of the year, the Father's Day card, joined here by Ashley Mayu. Ashley, you're always here with your father.
Usually. This year, I think he had to bypass his trip up here to Fort Erie, but glad to see so many people already rolling in. I got here just about 11:15, and the parking lot, they were already directing everyone where to go, so always nice to see a good on-track presence. But the card, interesting. We got a couple of turf races. We also have those 2 stakes races, the long-run races, and they're not the biggest of fields, but I do think they could be pretty competitive, especially the girls.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's some very good racing on hand today. Like you said, we should have a very nice crowd. Beautiful day. Should be much better than the downpour we had last week. Let's take a look at our picks on today's card. Race 1 is a 5,000 claimer. Non-winners of 3 for the fillies and mares. 6 furlongs the distance. The early pick 5 starts here. It's a field of 5 to kick off the day. Where did you end up?
This was tough. I think you mentioned it kicks off the early pick 5. I don't think I could single here. We both go to the 3 in here, Cinnamon Bits. So I think for me, looking at it, has a little bit of an edge with that race here last time out. I know this one sort of chased the pace, ended up being third best, but I think she needed a race, especially being a 6-year-old mare. I think there's upside, and I do like that Juan Crawford climbs aboard.
Yeah, I agree. She ran like a horse that needed a race. She made a move and then just kind of flattened out. She's hot to trot. Beat her that day. She was winter raced. I think now with that start under the belt, I think that will be the equalizer. I think Zip Fire coming down from Woodbine, getting some class relief is interesting. And we both have some interest in She's Hot to Trot, who's a pretty consistent money maker despite being a bit win shy. Move on to race 2. We'll move along quickly. This is our first 2-turn dirt race of the day, the second race. It's an 8,000 claimer for the fillies and mares, which haven't won a race this year and never won 4. Early pick 4 starts here in this 1.70-yard route. And I've gone to the number 4, Clara You the Best, in her second start off the bench, getting out to the 2-turn distance. This is the winner of last year's Crimson Maple Cup, so we know she likes the 2-turn route.
Yeah, and that last out effort while she was with her previous connections was certainly a tightener. She doesn't really want to go one turn. So we see this race identically. I think if it's not her, it's probably Hot Omelet, who I thought ran really well last time out. I know it was a turf event, but it was going 2 turns. This is really what she wants to do, 2 turns on the dirt. When you look at her career best figure, that is exactly what happened here in October last year.
Yeah, I agree. And Hot Omelet, she wants to be on the lead. Last time she couldn't out sprint Naughty and Nice to the lead. I thought she raced really well. And Mikey David, despite limited opportunities, he's been hitting the board with a lot of these horses, so maybe we'll see him get his first win of the season aboard Hot Omelet. Race 3 is an allowance race for the fillies and mares, which have never won 3 races. It's a 6-furlong event, and I think we've got a pretty competitive group of allowance mares here.
Absolutely. It's tough to see how this might shape up from a pace perspective. I think there are a couple of horses that want to be forward. And while we see it the same, I thought maybe Firecracker Fiona, who's got post 2 in here, was a little creative. I know you don't think that at 3-1. But you got to realize the horse to the inside and the outside runner, I think they're going to take a lot of play. But Mickey Neubauer, you can see these connections have this one. Came out of one of those, I believe, digital sales. And last year had a pretty productive campaign and was forward. And I do think with Kirk aboard, this being dirt, 6 furlongs, she's probably going to have to go for it early.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Kirk is good on a speed horse. This mare has the speed. I'm a little worried that Speedy Lady could wear her out, but if Firecracker Fiona can out-sprint her to the lead, I think she's got a good chance to take them all the way. Mo Maxey coming in from Laurel is a nice 3-year-old who has to run against older horses for the first time. And Brendan Girl had a troubled trip at Woodbine on May 30th, so we'll see how she runs here. She raced well in the Rondo Bay last year, so we know she'll handle the dirt surface. Race 4 is our co-featured long-run Thoroughbred Aftercare Stakes, $30,000 cup for the fillies and mares going 5.5 furlongs. The late pick 5 starts here, and it is a field of 5 for our first stake of the day.
And the morning line favorite is Supergirl, and I do give her a slight edge, but the horse that you use on top, I think, is the next likely winner, in my opinion, in the field, that being the 2 Empty Gesture. There's a lot of similarities, right, in the fact that they only have 1 start here total throughout their careers. They're both making their 3rd start off the layoff, both come in here off of good figures. The difference is trip. I think Supergirl is going to go. That's what she's done time and time again, especially in her last 3, and if someone pushes her, your pick in here, Empty Gesture, might get the perfect setup.
Yeah, they were pretty close together last time. Supergirl, she went fast and she was tired early. She had that start at Woodbine under her belt. My concern is if she goes fast, is she going to hold on? And if she slows down, is she going to be pressured too much by Get Out the Vote? So I'm thinking either way, maybe this race sets up for Empty Gesture. Juan Crawford and Sharon Chicado are a good combination. Neither one of us have this horse picked, but I think we should give a mention to the number 3 Periwinkle, who comes off of a $32,000 claim at Woodbine and has never been on the dirt, but Tapiture, that is a bit of a dirt influence on the sire's side, so maybe we've both overlooked something obvious here. Race 5 is our first turf race of the day. It's a starter optional 10 going the about 7 furlong distance to kick off the late pick 4. We've got a field of 7 to go a circuit of the turf course, and I'm going with a long shot here, the number 2, Your Valentino, who was a bit disappointing with a wide trip in a tough race at Woodbine last time, but he does well at 7 furlongs on the Tapeta, and I think he could be a speed factor getting out to 2 turns for the first time in his career.
And yeah, there's a typo here on mine. I didn't use the 2 on top. I used the 3 Mannix as the top selection. It was my part when I submitted this. A horse who I thought ran really well last time out behind JP Hellish. Got a great trip. Was able to rekindle form that we had seen in the summer months last year while making the first start for Gary Chidobiak. And I do think the other horse that I had some interest in is the number 4 Grand Spirited, who, if you go back to that race, and you'll remember, Doug, it took a long time to load that field, and each of the inside 4 or 5 were sort of the problem children, where one horse would act up, we'd get one locked away, and then the next one would follow suit, just like a bunch of toddlers. And he did get a little, I think, hot and bothered when loading, and I do hope that today, if everyone's on their best manners, maybe he's a little bit better. Maybe that doesn't take anything out of him, and he could get a piece.
Yeah, I can definitely see what you're going for there. I like Mannix a lot as well. Definitely a live horse. And we both have some interest in the number 6, Fast and Ready, who came out of that same race with the delayed load. And even though he was a bit flat last time, he was a bit rank in the early stages, and he's capable of better on the turf course than he showed last time. Race 6 is the Long Run Thoroughbred Retirement Stakes, $30,000 race going 5.5 furlongs for the Colts and Geldings. Final rolling pick 3 of the day starts here, and I think we have a bit of a standout here in the number 4, Garofoli.
Yeah, I could not get past him one bit. Even tried to make cases for Pat's Gamble, who was a game second last time out and was able to close from off of it while just making the third start for trainer John Sims. I just didn't see it happening here. I think, Me showed a fair bit of speed last time out, but I think Garofoli's speed is a different level against this group. And maybe Forest Flash from the inside can press. I just don't think Forest Flash is going to be able to hold on. I know the horse is just making the second start, so I think it's all 4 in here.
Yeah, I mean, since Adamo has taken over the training of Garofoli, the only horse that's beaten him is Victory March. Like you say, if Forest Flash goes after Garofoli, or if Garofoli just for whatever reason regresses, Pat's Gamble could maybe pick up the pieces, but I do feel like it's impossible to say anything, but Garofoli is the clear one to beat. Race 7 kicks off the late double. It's a maiden allowance for the fillies and mares going 6 furlongs, and we've got a couple coming out of opening day's Summer Solstice Cup.
Yeah, this is, to me, one of the better betting races on the card, because I do think, you can maybe get creative here with horses that could take a little bit of a step forward. I know in terms of the top 2, we both looked at the outside in here, Naked in the Forest and Blues Mommy. I think Blues Mommy is going to take a step forward. I thought she ran huge last time out. I mean, especially when you look at her races up at Woodbine. I don't think she handled the surface, was never involved, but she was rolling in that effort. But I did have a little interest here on the rail runner, the one Dancing Mary Marie for It Does Maynard first off the claim. Recent starts, there's not a lot to like, but I did go back to some of those efforts last year, Doug, and thought that maybe she has some ability.
Yeah, and Dancing Mary Marie is a bit of a high-strung horse, so the relocation to the quieter environment of Fort Erie could definitely be beneficial for her. So I can definitely see the case to be made. I think Frederica's Rose, as a lightly raced horse who could still be developing fitness, is worth a look. Like you said, it's a competitive race. The outside 2 are the chalk, but I wouldn't recommend just looking at them. I think you want to look a bit deeper here. Race 8, final race of the day, jackpot high 5 wagering. We are back on the turf for a non-winners of 2 allowance. It's a 5 furlong sprint. We've got a nice field of 8 to close out the card.
Yeah, this is another tough race. I think the late double is really tricky. I was torn between a couple of horses in here, that being the 7 Drop Your Gloves and the 6 Dodester, who I thought ran really well here over those crazy conditions that we had just a week ago. But I did go to Drop Your Gloves. He's going to make that first start now as a 4-year-old. Was able to graduate 2 years ago up at Woodbine and had some okay performances last year. But the best one, in my opinion, was 6.5 on the turf, where this one was defeated by a neck. So I do think the surface switch today helps. Now, does 5 Ace help? I don't know. Might be a little bit short, but I thought this horse was intriguing.
I wouldn't worry about 5/8 with Drop Your Gloves. He did have a good second at 5.5 when he was a maiden back in 2024. And he's a fresh horse. He should show some speed. I like Dodester. I thought he ran great behind Tiernan, who I thought was a complete cinch last week. He's one where the turf is maybe a bit of a concern. He has raced well on it, but I do think he'll prove to be more of a dirt horse down the road. Heavy Like a Chevy was a pretty easy winner last week. And we've got Lumberyard for the live Nick Molini barn, who got a start in under his belt at Woodbine a few weeks ago and should be a bit tighter this time for his Fort Erie debut. So there we have it. 8 races on tap for this gorgeous Father's Day here at Fort Erie. Enjoy your day here at the races. Best of luck with all of your wagers. 14 minutes to first post.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPIBet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
Gearing up here for the opener on Father's Day, a beautiful 8-race card with 2 turf events as well as our 2 long-run stakes races. We will kick it off, though, on the main track at 6 furlongs. It's a $5,000 claiming event for non-winners of 3 lifetime. These are for the fillies and mares, and even though it's just a field of 5, it's pretty competitive on paper, tough to sort out. I do go to the horse that's right behind me over my shoulder, the number 3 Cinnamon Bits, as the top pick. I do think in terms of the race that we saw last time out, she raced well. It was her first start since December. She had to chase throughout, and she just ended up being 3rd best in that event. Juan Crawford will climb aboard. I'm hoping that just having a race under her belt and the fact that she shows a little bit of speed, she just should be better today. So I did make her the top pick. I think you obviously have to give some credit and some love to the inside runner, the one She's Hot to Trot. She shows up every single time. You can see that in her past performances. 15 runner-up placings, but just 2 wins in her career. And you look at her last out effort, I know she finished in front of Cinnamon Bits, but this is what she does. She gets second a lot. I want to see more wins. It just makes me have some reservations about using her on the top spot, so I will use her underneath. With that said, if she wins today against this group, I'm not shocked, but from a betting value perspective and just looking at historically her past performances, I do have to use her underneath. And finally, on the outside, the number 5, Gambler's Pose for Kenny Albu. I haven't seen her since October, and you look at her form, she's been a little inconsistent. She was able to pick up 2 wins 2 years ago, but last year she was 0 for 6. She had a pair of 3rd place finishes, but look at her races. I mean, typically she's facing tougher, and I know there's also the surface component, but I do think this is more of an aggressive spot for her, and maybe this is the level of competition that she needs to shine. So for me, I use the 3 Cinnamon Bits on top, She's Hot to Trot underneath, as well as the 5 Gambler's Pose. Best of luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's first race. Race 1 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. Going for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750, traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $17,550. Race 1 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering. Race 1 post parade. Number 1 is She's Hot to Trot, the Sean Bino in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Away from parade, number 2 is Miss Ozige, ridden today by Michael David. Jeff Voice trains and part owns with Herb McGurr Jr. and Greg Atho. Mary Biamont owns the number 3 Cinnamon Bits. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Sharon Chicato. Number 4 is Zip Fire. Deshaun Gaskin rides for owner-trainer Dale Powell. Completing the field, number 5, Gambler's Pose. Christoph Douglas riding for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. Early pick 5 wagering kicks off here in race 1. Starting gate about to take position. Last call to get your race 1 wagers in. Your current favorite at 6-5 is the number 3, Cinnamon Bits. 2-1 support on the number 4, Zip Fire, coming in from Woodbine. This race kicks off the early pick 5 on the card. First of 8 for Father's Day at Fort Erie. Race 1 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Set to begin loading for the first of 8. The first up will be She's Hot to Trot with Deshaun Bino. Blinkers on, Miss Ozige today, Michael David aboard. 6-5 favorites, Cinnamon Bits with Juan Crawford to gate 3. Zip Fire making her Fort Erie debut with Deshaun Gaskin, currently at 2-1. The last up will be Gambler's Pose and Christoph Douglas. All set. And they're off. Gambler's Pose lunged at the start. Speed from the inside for She's Hot to Trot. Splitting horses, Miss Ozige with the blinkers on. Zip Fire also attending the pace out in the 3 path. And it's 2 lengths back to Cinnamon Bits, who's racing on the inside of Gambler's Pose. They race down the backside, and it's Miss Ozige and Mikey David who have sprinted clear to a 2.5 length advantage. She's Hot to Trot and Deshaun Bino race on the inside of Zip Fire and Deshaun Gaskin, who are bet down to 3-5. Opening quarter was 22-4. Then we have Gambler's Pose racing in 4th under Christoph Douglas on the outside of Cinnamon Bits and Juan Crawford. They're beginning to reel in Miss Ozige now. The lead is down to a length. She's well off the inside, giving room to Zip Fire and She's Hot to Trot to zip up. That forces Gambler's Pose and Cinnamon Bits both very wide as Miss Ozige plummets to last. The half was 47 flat. They've reached ahead of the lane. It's Zip Fire and She's Hot to Trot locked in battle. Far outside, Gambler's Pose racing alongside Cinnamon Bits, who's stalled. She's Hot to Trot and Zip Fire slugging it out with a 16 to go. Neither one's giving an inch. Zip Fire the outside. She's Hot to Trot the inner. Now Zip Fire gets the edge and goes on to win. Zip Fire and Deshaun Gaskin, 3 parts of a length to She's Hot to Trot. Then Cinnamon Bits, Gambler's Pose, and Miss Ozige. 6 furlongs in 1:12-3. Unofficial in race 1, the winner is number 4, Zip Fire. Second is the 1, She's Hot to Trot. Third, number 3, Cinnamon Bits. And fourth, number 5, Gambler's Pose. Unofficial race 1 order, 4-1-3-5. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a rider's claim of foul into the running of race 1. The rider of number 5, Gambler's Pose, claiming foul against the unofficial third-place finisher, number 3, Cinnamon Bits, alleging foul turning for home. Once again, that is a rider's claim of foul, 5 against 3. Does not affect the unofficial top 2, but hold all tickets. Now in the winner's circle, your unofficial race 1 winner, number 4, Zipfire. Zipfire is a 5-year-old bay mare by Dialed In out of Zippity Zoom, bred here in Ontario by Dr. Brian Van Aram. Piloted to victory today by Deshaun Gaskin, Zipfire is owned and trained by Dale Powell. Zipfire prevails in a stretch battle to earn her 3rd lifetime win in 16 starts, her Fort Erie debut, completing the 6 furlongs in a winning time of 1:12.3. Congratulations to the connections of Zipfire. Hold all tickets until race 1 is official. Once again, there is a claim of foul, 5 against 3, alleging interference, turning for home. Claim of foul has been disallowed. There will be no change into the order of race 1. Race 1 on official order 4135 will be made official shortly. Race 1 is now official. Prices are up. Zip Fire bet down to 3 to 5 with the late money. Pays $3.50 to win, $2.40 and $2.10. Second number 1, She's Hot to Trot, $3.30 to place, $2.10. Third number 3, Cinnamon Bits, $2.10 to show. $2 Exacta, 4-1, $8.60. The $1 Try, 4-1-3, $5.80. $1 Super, 4-1-3-5, $9.65. We had a claim out of race 1. The number 3, Cinnamon Bits, claimed by Robert Elkins, moves to the barn of trainer Joe Humber. Fort Erie would like to say thank you to our partners at True Green Professional Lawn Care, who have been helping us keep our grass looking green and lush. And we're also proud to partner with Oneida New Holland of Niagara. We'd like to thank them for providing us with a tractor for our racetrack maintenance. Race 2 is coming up in 16 minutes. There are no changes.
Race 2 going to kick off our early pick 4. It's for fillies and mares in for the $8,000 tag. And the key here, 2 turns on the dirt at 1 mile and 70 yards. And looking at this field of 5, I think there's a main 2 that kind of stick out in here. And that's going to be the number 2 Hot Omelet and the 4 Clara You the Best. And it's a little difficult to, I think, split them up. But I do think in terms of what we have seen, say, last year, Clara You the Best, the number 4, probably has the edge. You look at her return to the races this year. It wasn't bad, it wasn't great, but a lot had to do with the 6 furlong distance. She really does want to go 2 turns. We saw that late last year in the Crimson Maple Cup where she was able to rally up to win by a neck. Chris Husbands was aboard that day, and look at it, her career best by her speed figure of a 72. So I think that speaks a little bit to her class, but if anyone's going to maybe press her in here and have a shot at defeating her, I do think it is the 2 Hot Omelet, who ran really well just most recently 2 weeks ago. And now that was on the turf, but she got the 2 turns, and I think that was key. She was second best behind Nadia Nice, and Nadia Nice was just quicker and just game on the front end. And you look at this mare in particular with her dirt form, 6 for 9 here at Fort Erie. She was very successful last year, winning 3 races. She loves to go 2 turns on the dirt, so I do think she's the main rival in here. And outside of these 2, it's a little wide open. I mean, we don't know what Frackamore is going to do on the stretch out. The 3 Candid Candace is going to try the dirt for the first time, but her stablemate, the 5 Little Iris, has raced on the dirt and has won on the dirt, and that's why I gave her the 3rd spot in here. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Pass the Buck, who disappointed last time out. She really never got going in that claiming event. It was the same claiming price she was in for 7 technically, but it was 2 turns on the turf. You look at that prior effort, she tried to chase the pace going a mile at Mountaineer, and she was just 3rd best in there, but actually was awarded 2nd place due to a disqualification. So I think for her, just returning to the dirt and going 2 turns might be the key, and that might be the key with the others in here that we mentioned. But for me, I'll go with the 4 Clara You the Best as the top pick. Races today, first off the claim for trainer Joe Humber. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's second race. Race 2 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2026 or which have never won 4 races. Going for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000, traveling a distance of 1 mile and 70 yards, competing for a purse of $23,100. Race 2 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering. Race 2 post parade, number 1 is Frackamore. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Number 2 is Hot Omelette, ridden today by Michael David. Josh Robillard trains for Hoi Wing Ip and Michael Chung. Number 3 is Candid Candice. The jockey is Alexis Sanchez. Steve Cathcart trains and Pardones with Joseph Roberto. Joy Elkins owns the number 4, Clara You the Best. Deshaun Gaskin in the saddle for trainer Joe Humber. Completing the field, number 5, Little Iris. Juan Crawford riding for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Pan Am Racing. Early pick 4 wagering kicks off here in race 2, 3 minutes to post. Two minutes to post. Just 1 minute to post. Early pick 4 kicks off here in race 2. Your current favorite at 8-5 is the number 2, Hot Omelette. 3-1 support on both number 4, Clara You the Best, and number 5, Little Iris. 1 minute to get your early pick 4 wagers in. Race 2 field is approaching the starting gate. Last call to get your wagers in. Race 2 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 9-5 on Hot Omelet, who's your favorite as we begin loading. The first in is the gray mare, Frackamore with Kirk Johnson. Hot Omelet and Michael David come to gate 2 at 9-5. Candid Candace tries dirt for the first time. Alexis Sanchez on board. Clara You the Best making her first start off the claim. Deshaun Gaskin looking for both ends of today's early double. Last in will be the Oklahoma bred Little Iris with Juan Crawford. All set. And they're off. Perfect beginning. Candid Candace had to take back shortly after the start. There's 3 going for the lead. The gray mare, Frackamore, with Hot Omelet between horses, and now Little Iris and Juan Crawford back off. Candid Candace is racing towards the rear on the inside of Clara You the Best. They roll into the clubhouse turn. It's Frackamore and Kirk Johnson up by 2 lengths to Hot Omelet and Michael David. Another 2.5 back to Little Iris, who's made her way to the inside under Juan Crawford. Alexis Sanchez takes Candid Candace off the inside, and Clara You the Best can see them all under Deshaun Gaskin. They turn into the backside and race parallel to Gilmore Road. It's Frackamore leading the way. Early quarter for his 22-4. The lead is 2.5 lengths. Hot Omelet is racing in second. Little Iris advancing on the inside with Candid Candace to her outside, and Clara You the Best bides her time. The half was 46-2. It's a quick pace. They're separated about 6 lengths front to back. Frackamore trying to lead them every step of the way. Hot Omelet, Red Silk's white cap is creeping closer in second. Candid Candace in the pink is moving well 3 wide. Little Iris ridden along from 4th on the inside, and Clara You the Best has trailed throughout. Midway round the turn, they're getting to Frackamore. Hot Omelet putting the pressure on. Little Iris is saving ground on the inside of Candid Candace, and Clara You the Best is getting closer. 3/4 12-1. At the head of the lane, they're all in with a chance. Hot Omelet on the outside. Room up the rail for Little Iris and Juan Crawford. Little Iris saved every inch of ground and has now opened up 3 lengths. Clara You the Best is trying to follow that path, but not doing enough. Little Iris and Juan Crawford in a romp. Little Iris going on to score by 4. Candid Candace second, then Clara You the Best, Hot Omelet, and Frackamore, 143-2. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is number 5, Little Iris. Second is the 3, Candid Candace. Third, number 4, Clara You the Best. And fourth, number 2, Hot Omelet. Unofficial race 2 order, 5-3-4-2. Now entering the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's second race, number 5, Little Iris. Little Iris is a 4-year-old bay filly by Pass the Buck out of Soft Cheese, bred in Oklahoma by Hal Browning and Dave Faulkner. A rail skimming ride by Juan Crawford, Little Iris is trained by Steve Cathcart, who also trained the runner-up Candid Candice, Little Iris owned by Pan Am Racing. Third lifetime win in 19 starts for Little Iris, who completes the 1 mile in 70 yards today in a time of 1:43 and 2. Congratulations to the connections of Little Iris. Hold all tickets until race 2 is made official. Race 2 is now official. It's official. Prices are up. Little Iris returns $11 to win, $6.20 and $2.50. Second, number 3, Candid Candice, $4.20 to place, $2.20. Third, number 4, Clara You the Best, $2.10 to show. $2 exacta, 5.3, 36.40. The $1 try, 5.34, 30.60. $1 super, 5.342, $63 even. And the $2 double, 4.5, 26.40. And a reminder to everybody, kids can go to customer service for free face painting and balloon animals today. Head down to customer service with the kids. I'd like to say thank you to our partners at All-in-One Legal Concierge. If you have legal hurdles, you can bet on All-in-One. And a shout out to one of our sponsors at Niagara Rhinoplasty, where Dr. Jeff M. Robichaux practices. Contact info is on screen now. Race 3 is coming up in 16 minutes. There are no changes. Ladies and gentlemen, on site today for the singing of the national anthems is Selena Carlson, a singer-songwriter from Fort Erie, well known for singing the Canadian and American national anthems at sporting events, charity galas, and community gatherings. Selena has also pursued her original music, releasing her debut single, Beautiful Weirdo, an uplifting anthem celebrating autism acceptance and neurodiversity. With a big voice and an even bigger heart, Selena uses her platform to spread awareness, challenge stigma, and show the world that ability shines brighter than any label. She continues to inspire as an advocate, performer, and proud Fort Erie resident living on the spectrum. Now let's head downstairs to Selena Carlson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free, from far and wide. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh,
Race 3 up next. This is an allowance event for the fillies and mares. Non-winners of 3 lifetime. We're on the main track here at the 6 furlong distance. It's an interesting group. Again, it's a little on the compact side, but it's pretty competitive top to bottom. When it came down to it, I was most intrigued by the number 2, Firecracker Fiona. I was going to make her dirt debut. You can see she was purchased out of a digital sale and now in the barn of Mickey Neubauer, owned by Todd Brown and Carl Norris. And she's a horse that has shown some early foot, at least in her last 3. And the distance of those races has been going a little bit further, 6.5 and most recently 7/8 back at the end of November. But she's had some time to train here, to regroup from her 4-year-old campaign and gear up here for her 5-year-old season. I just think having some early foot should help her. Pedigree-wise, I think she's going to hold up just fine on the dirt. And I mentioned she's been able to train here. She's been training well in her last 2 works. They've been a step up in the morning. So make her the top pick. The number 5, Mo Maxey, going to take a lot of betting support. We'll see if Stephen Cathcart, who had the exacta in the prior race today, can add to a great Father's Day. With this one, she's a 3-year-old daughter of Maximus Mischief, who is 2 for 3 on a wet track, as you can see those races in her early career down at Laurel Park in the Mid-Atlantic. But on the fast track, she hasn't been as strong, but I actually don't necessarily agree with that. And the fact that you look at her last out effort going 1 mile and a 16th, she raced very well, was 3rd throughout, just wasn't able to kind of sustain her bid. And I do think for her, the cutback and distance should help. She stakes place as she was 3rd in the wide country behind Peach Tie and Law School. It was a compact field, but she was able to get off and running earlier in her career. And I do think she could be a big threat in here and should take a lot of the betting support. And Watt Crawford already having a great day here at Fort Erie, and will look to add to it. And then finally, the number 1, Brengun Girl here, now in the barn of Joe Humber since the start of the year. Showed some brief speed last time out, chased throughout and backed out of it, was well defeated. She does have a dirt race. You can go back to it. It was here not too long ago in the Rondo Bay, where she was able to close from the back of the pack to finish 3rd behind Take My Bourbon Neat and Ruthless Action. And I do think from the dirt race that we saw, she should be fine. You don't necessarily think that all the time with the top side of her pedigree, but we'll see what trips she has. I think the one thing I don't necessarily love is, yes, she showed speed last time out, but she's not the speediest, and she does have the inside draw. So I do worry that she could be hounded and might shy away there from the rail. So I do think the others have the benefit, but we'll see if her class prevails, as she's been in stakes competition for just about half of her career start. So interesting way here to kick off another pick 3, the allowance event here for the non-winners of 3 life. Best of luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 3rd race. Race 3 is an allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. Traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $25,050. Race 3 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Race 3 post parade. Number 1 is Brengun Girl. Deshaun Gaskin rides for trainer Joe Humber and owners Glenn Secura and Mario Serrani. Number 2 is Firecracker Fiona. Kirk Johnson has the call for trainer Mickey Neubauer and owners Carl Norris and Todd Brown. Six Brothers Stable own the number 3 Speedy Lady. Brian Shane pilots for trainer Ken Albu. Number 4 is Noble Bowden. Luis Reyes in the saddle for trainer Patrick Dixon and owner Colebrook Farms. Completing the field, number 5 Momaxi. Juan Crawford riding for trainer Steve Cathcart and owners Pan Am Racing and Alex Eigelman. Not much time left to get those race 3 wagers in. Starting gate is moving into position. Not much time left to get those race 3 wagers in. Current favorite at 9-5 is the number 5 Momaxi. 5-2 support on both numbers 1 Brengen Girl and 2 Firecracker Fiona. Last call to get those race 3 wagers in. Race 3 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Set to begin loading. First up will be Brengan Girl, third in last year's Rondo Bay Stakes. Ridden today by Deshaun Gaskin. Firecracker Fiona making her Fort Erie debut under Kirk Johnson. Speedy Lady and Brian Shane. Noble Bowden with Luis Reyes. Last up is the 3-2 favorite Momoxie, looking to give Juan Crawford and Steve Cathcart back-to-back wins. All set. And they're off. Firecracker Fiona dwelt at the start, spots them at least 6 lengths. Speed on the outside for Momaxi, who's a length better than Speedy Lady. Brengan Girl on the inside. Then we have Noble Bowden following the leading trio. And then well back to Firecracker Fiona. They don't want to give Momaxi too easy a lead. She was sent off at 1-5, and she has a neck advantage over Brengan Girl racing along the rail with Speedy Lady. They now take back and allow Momaxi the lead, 22-3 for the opening quarter. Noble Bowden moving well in fourth on the outside, and now Firecracker Fiona is within 6 lengths of the lead. They race within the 3 furlong pole. Momoxie moving very comfortably on the front end. Speedy Lady ridden along by Brian Shane on the outside with Brengan Girl third. Firecracker Fiona swings to the far outside to get past Noble Bowden. Less than 2 furlongs to travel, 45-3 to the half. They have a lot of work to do to reel in a confidently handled Momoxie. It's Momoxie well clear with a furlong to go. Speedy Lady and Brengan Girl continue to battle it out for the Miners, 57-3 for 5/8. A 16th to go, and Momoxie is going to win as easy as she pleases. Momoxie gives Juan Crawford and Steve Cathcart back-to-back wins. They win by 8. Tight for second between Brengan Girl and Speedy Lady, then Firecracker Fiona and Noble Bowden. 1-10-2. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 5, Momoxie. It's a photo for place. Hold all tickets. In the place photo, it's the number 3 Speedy Lady over the number 1 Brengan Girl. Fourth was number 2 Firecracker Fiona. Your unofficial race 3 order is 5-3-1-2. Now in the winner's circle, your unofficial race 3 winner, number 5, Momoxie. Momoxie is a 3-year-old bay filly by Maximus Mischief out of Miss Costello. Bred in Kentucky by Greathouse Equine LLC, David Greathouse, Kerry Cawthon, and Tony Lacey. Juan Crawford with the winning ride for trainer Steve Cathcart. Momoxie is owned by Pan Am Racing and Alex Eigelman. That's a double for Crawford, Cathcart, and Pan Am Racing. Third lifetime win in 6 starts for Momoxie. An absolute romp here in the third, completing the 6 furlongs and a winning time of 1:10-2. Congratulations to the connections of Momoxie. Hold all tickets until race 3 is made official. Stewards have posted the inquiry sign. We're looking at the start of the number 2 Firecracker Fiona to determine if she was given a fair start. It's going to Stewards inquiry looking at the start of the number 2 Firecracker Fiona. No change. Stewards have determined that number 2 Firecracker Fiona did receive a fair start. She was the cause of her own problems. Race 3 order 5312 will be made official shortly. Race 3 is now official. Prices are up. Mo Moxie, a short 260 to win, 210, 210. Second, number 3, Speedy Lady, 450 to place, 230. Third, number 1, Brengan Girl, 210 to show. $2 exacta, 5-3, 22.90. The $1 try, 5-3-1, 18.10. $1 super, 5-3-1-2, 34.40. $2 double, a pair of fives, $18 even. And the $1 pick 3, 18.90. On screen now is the place photo from race 3. This year, the Trackside Tiki Bar is sponsored by The Place Bar and Grill, the place to go after the races, located at 981 Garrison Road. Fort Erie is partnering this year with Portage M&A Advisory. You've already made history. Now it's time to make your future Portage M&A Advisory. Race 4 is up next, the $30,000 long-run thoroughbred aftercare stakes. Take note that the number 5, Leasy 8, was a supplemental entry. 21 minutes to post.
Race 4 going to kick off our late pick 5. It's the long run thoroughbred aftercare, our first of 2 stakes races on this Father's Day program. 5.5 furlongs is the distance here for these fillies and mares. And we have a field of 5 going postward. The 5 Elysiate was supplemented into this event just for reference. And we'll go through this field starting with the inside horse, the number 1 Supergirl, who was extremely impressive last time out in her Fort Erie debut. And it was impressive that she was able to take them gate to wire after the fractions that she set early on. I mean, she went 21 and 3, 44 and 2 to the half, and still was able to prevail. And it was interesting. She didn't go off favorite in there. Her stablemate was in that spot, Take My Bourbon Neat, and she ended up being 3rd best. But I just thought it was very, very impressive. I think now there is some upside making the 3rd start off the freshening as well. So I do go to Supergirl. She is going to use that speed once again, especially with that inside draw, and she'll try to sneak away on the front end. And maybe horses will press her. I think that's probably a really good thing for the number 2, Empty Gesture, who was 2nd best behind her last time out. But she was rolling, and similarly she'll be making her 3rd start off the freshening. I think even more important for her, look at the Beyer speed figure she got last time out. It was her dirt debut. She got a 73, a career best number. It just makes you feel like if she can take another step forward, can she reel in the favorite in here, Supergirl? I do think there is a big possibility for that. Juan Crawford sticks with Empty Gesture in here. And then finally, looking at some others, the number 4, Get Out the Vote. Her Beyer speed figures, they're on the lighter side, a 55 and a 59, but I love the way that she's been handled by trainer John Sims, who has been known to, the last several seasons, take horses late in the season up from Woodbine, spend the money to enter them with his connections, and then obviously have a lot of fun with him here the following year, and that's certainly been the case with her. She won the opening race here on opening day by over 7 lengths in gate to wire fashion, and then next time out she stepped up in class, started her optional claiming competition, and she wasn't the fastest horse, but that was fine for her. She was happy tracking and was able to mow down everyone in there to win by 4 lengths. So I liked the trip that she got. She's handy. She's sort of the horse that you want in a race like this, because you're able to play the break and then make decisions, and you don't have to ride just one race. So we'll see. She does need a Beyer boost, as I mentioned, but I think in terms of the fractions that she's been able to set, they're still reasonable, and those 2 wins, they just look like they were well within her. Very, very easy wins. So maybe if she's called upon a little bit more, she can be competitive with the bigger girls in this field. But I do go to the 1 Supergirl here in the long run thoroughbred aftercare stakes. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's fourth race, the co-featured $30,000 guaranteed long-run thoroughbred aftercare stakes. This is a stakes race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up that have been based here at Fort Erie Racetrack. We're traveling a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs. Race 4 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering. Post parade for the long run thoroughbred aftercare stakes. Number 1 is Supergirl. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. Number 2 is Empty Gesture. Juan Crawford has the call for trainer Sharon Chicotto and owner Mary Biamont. Sam Passero owns the number 3 Periwinkle. Edgar Zenteno riding for trainer Ken Albu. Number 4 is Get Out the Vote. Steve Jadu riding for trainer John Sims, who part owns with Denise Carpenter. Completing the field, number 5, Leasiate. Deshaun Bino riding for trainer Desmond Maynard and owners Dwayne Newsom and Lisa Jean Ryan. Race 4 is the long run thoroughbred aftercare stakes. Post time is in 3 minutes. This race kicks off the late pick 5. Just 1 minute to post. Current favorite at 3-5 is the number 1 Supergirl. 7-2 on the number 3 Periwinkle. Late pick 5 wagering offered here in race 4. Starting gate is in position. Last call to get your race 4 wagers in. Fillies and mares are behind the starting gate. It is now post time for the long run thoroughbred aftercare stakes. Supergirl, still the 3 to 5 favorite. Supergirl the first to go in under Kirk Johnson. Empty Gesture with Juan Crawford looking for his 3rd win on the card. Periwinkle making her Fort Erie debut with Edgar Zenteno. Get Out the Vote. Steve Jadu looking to remain a perfect 3 for 3 here at Fort Erie. The last in will be Leasiate with Deshaun Bino. All set. And they're off in the long run thoroughbred aftercare stakes. Supergirl sprints clear from the inside, already up a length and a half to Get Out the Vote, racing in second on the outside of Empty Gesture. Then we have Leasiate, who broke well but is falling back and is now trailing with Periwinkle on the inside. Supergirl at 3 to 5 leads a length and a half. Empty Gesture is inched closer under Juan Crawford. Into second, a length better than Get Out the Vote. The opening quarter was 22-2. Periwinkle and Edgar Zenteno race in fourth, and Leasiate trails as they string out midway around the turn. They're essentially single file. It's Supergirl looking to make all the running, confidently handled thus far by Kirk Johnson. The lead is now 3 lengths as Empty Gesture comes under some left-handed encouragement. Get Out the Vote is 3 deep and needs to do better than Periwinkle and Leasiate. Down the stretch they come. It's Supergirl and Kirk Johnson, still 4 lengths clear. Empty Gesture is trying to diminish the margin. Periwinkle moving well down the extreme outside, but the wire is coming and Supergirl is still in front. Empty Gesture, one last push, but Supergirl holds on. Supergirl a length to Empty Gesture, then Periwinkle, Leasiate, and Get Out the Vote. 5.5 and 104 and 1. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 1, Supergirl. Second is the 2, Empty Gesture. Third, number 3, Periwinkle. It's a photo for 4th. Hold all tickets. In the 4th place photo, it's the number 5, Leasiate. Race 4, unofficial order, 1, 2, 3, 5. Race 4 is now official. Now crossing the turf course and entering the infield stakes winner's circle is the official winner of the long run thoroughbred aftercare stakes, number 1, Supergirl. Supergirl is a 4-year-old bay filly by Super Speedy out of My Pal Ariana, bred here in Ontario by Northern Dawn Stables. Kirk the Chef Johnson with the winning ride on Supergirl. She's trained by Tony Adamo for Icon Racing Stables. Supergirl now 7 wins in 13 lifetime starts. She's a perfect 3 for 3 this year. That's her 4th consecutive win overall. She goes gate to wire, completing the 5.5 furlongs in a winning time of 1:04 and 1. Congratulations to the connections of Supergirl. Stand by for your Race 4 mutuals. Prices are up. Supergirl, $330 to win, $210, $210. Second, number 2, Empty Gesture, $230 to place, $210. Third, number 3, Periwinkle, $260 to show. $2 Exacta, 1-2, $490. The $1 Try, 1-2-3, $620. $1 Super, 1-2-3-5, $49.30. $2 Double, 5-1, $510. And the $1 Pick 3, $15.85. Now let's head down to the winner's circle. Ashley Mayu is on hand with the winning connections of Supergirl.
Icon Racing's Supergirl takes our first stakes race on the card. That's the long run thoroughbred aftercare. Kirk, in terms of this horse, I mean, she's got a ton of gate speed. Did you have any concerns that some of your rivals might try to press you today?
No, all I wanted was a good break, and I got that. So after I get the break, I was very confident in her. I just sit on her as long as possible, let her do her thing, and just have to help her to finish up the job down the lane. That's all I got to do.
How fun is she to ride now? You have 2 for 2 aboard her, and she just looks like a rocket. She's very, very speedy.
Very fun. She's a happy girl. She likes to, she feels herself. She knows she's a good horse, so she's a little bit cocky, and I totally get along with her. And she's just easy to ride. Like, she's very straightforward. Let her do her thing, and you just try to help her home. That's all you got to do.
Congrats.
Thank you very much. And thanks to Tony and the owners. I appreciate everything and respect.
We'll have trainer Tony Adamo up next. Talking to Kirk about her, obviously makes it sound like she's pretty confident, and rightfully so. But in terms of this spot compared to last time out, did you have any concerns that some of those rivals would try to gun for her early?
I don't think they would have done that. Watching her last race, I thought the only horse that was putting pressure on her was my other filly, and she wasn't in there. So if anybody went up with her, I think it would cost them the race. I don't think any of the trainers would have done something like that. You know what I mean? Like to give up their race to run last, to run second or third. So she run back kind of quick, and so did the other fillies. Kind of a tough spot for her to come back that quick, but it is what it is.
Any idea what you'll do with her next? I mean, this is 5.5 furlongs. She's been able to do that twice. Could she go a little bit further, you think, if she needs to?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's won a couple going 6. So, I mean, this is the races that are put up here, and that's what we do. So, I do want to thank Icon. This is a beautiful day here. I mean, it is packed here, like cars all over the place. It's great for 40 Erie Racing. And our social media, headed by Dave's daughter, Meg, she does all this social media for us, and it's unbelievable. It's great.
Congrats to you and the team.
Yep, thanks.
And we'd like to wish a very happy 36th birthday to Mr. Davies from all your buds here at Fort Erie Racetrack. We're proud to partner with TELUS. TELUS Pure Fiber Internet is expanding to more areas of St. Catharines. They are the sponsor of this year's Fort Foodie Fest.
Actually, there's a photo, so I'm going to do the photo next.
On screen now is the 4th place photo from race 4. Race 5 is coming up in 14 minutes. Stewart Scratch the main track onlys, number 8, If You Insist, and number 9, Stylish Gent. We're on the turf for race 5. Started the late pick 4, 14 minutes to post.
Race 5 kicks off our late pick 4. It's our first turf event on the card at about 7 furlongs, a starter optional claiming event with a really nice field assembled. You can see here 7 in the main body, the 2 MTOs, the 8 if you insist, and the 9 Stylish Gent. We'll have to wait to see them on another day. And looking at this group, I want to start with the number 3 Mannix, but in general, I do think that's a key race here on June 7th, and that's where I focus my attention. In terms of Mannix, he was game to the wire, narrowly defeated by a head at a decent price in there. And who beat him? JP Hellish, who on paper was the horse to beat, was the class of the field, and this guy is the one that almost did it. I thought it was a huge return for him. First start for the barn, first time racing since December, and he was able to rekindle some of that form that we had seen in the past, especially in August of last year. He was on a roll. I think a lot had to do with getting back on the grass, and I think he can take a really nice step forward today. He does get Kirk Johnson, who we just saw took our first stakes race on the program in race number 4 with Supergirl. So we'll see if the momentum can carry here with Mannix, who on my tip sheet, I did make a typo. I wrote the 2, but I did mean the 3 Mannix as the top pick. We'll move to the number 4 Grand Spirited, who also exits that race and mentions a key race because we have several horses coming out of it, but it was a very lengthy load process for that race. I mean, kind of, the first horse to step into line misbehaved, so did the 2, so did the 3, and so did the 4 that day, which was Grand Spirit, and it just kind of was a trickle effect, and I do wonder if that took a little bit of something out of him, but with that said, he was still 4th. I thought it was a good effort considering how he acted beforehand. And another one that I think there is some foundation to build upon. I mean, you look at his record, he is a horse that has a win on every surface, but his turf win in the past I thought was strong, and I did see a little bit of a wake-up call getting back on the grass last time out, so I do like to use him. And then I'll also use the number 6 Fast and Ready, who was my top pick in that race and never really ran. I just wonder if he wasn't fit enough to go that day. I do think he's a horse that you look at his turf efforts here last year, they were both strong. He had a win, he scored an upset there, and then he came back in the Puss in Boots and was 3rd behind Hiatus and Jack the Cat, who very respectable runners, both in their own respect. I just think there's more to Fast and Ready, so I really want to see that one take a step forward, and I do think the price should be right on that gelding. So a great way here to kick off the late pick 4, as this is a nice field, and then from here we have the Long Red Thoroughbred Retirement and then 2 fuller fields to round out the card, especially the Nightcap, which is a field of 8 on the grass. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 5th race. Race 5 is a starter optional claimer for 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a claiming price of $5,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $10,000. We're traveling about 7 furlongs over the turf course, competing for a purse of $21,750. Race 5 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. Race 5 post parade, number 1 is Globe Trotting. Luis Reyes riding for trainer Patrick Dixon and owner Colebrook Farms. Number 2 is Your Valentino. Juan Crawford in the saddle for trainer Sylvain Pion and owner Bucket List Racing Stable. Gary Chidobiak owns and trains the number 3 Mannix. The rider is Kirk Johnson. Number 4 is Grand Spirited, Pierre Mailhot riding for trainer Richard Davis and owner Hesty Sport. Number 5 is Bill Needle, Deshaun Gaskin riding for trainer Joe Humber and owner Eleanor Tonguzzo. Number 6 is Fast and Ready, Deshaun Bino pilots for trainer Danny Wills and owner Jeannie Ryan. Completing the field, number 7, Heat Merchant. Brian Shane has the call for trainer Paula Loescher and owner Christopher Colaleo. Scratch numbers 8 and 9. We're on the turf for race 5. Late pick 4 wagering starts here. Starting gate is crossing on to the turf course. Not much time left to get your race 5 wagers in. 6-5 favorite is the number 3 Mannix. 7-2 on the number 2 Your Valentino. Not much time left to get those late pick 4 wagers in. Race 5 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Field of 7, going to go a circuit of the turf course here to kick off the late pick 4 wager. The first up will be Globe Trotting with Luis Reyes. Globe Trotting goes up. Your Valentino going to make his Fort Erie debut with Juan Crawford. Your Valentino steps up. Mannix, Kirk Johnson looking for back-to-back wins. The Irish bred, a narrow defeat 2 weeks ago. Grand Spirited and Pierre Mailhot to gate 4. Goes up. Grand Spirited continues to back out. Looks like they've got Grand Spirited in now. 4 to 5 on Mannix. With 3 left to load, Bill Needle and Deshaun Gaskin. Bill Needle comes up. Fast and Ready with Deshaun Bino. Fast and Ready. Backs out. Now 3 to 5 on Mannix, 7 to 2 on Your Valentino, and 6 to 1 on Grand Spirited. Last in will be Heat Merchant, the gray, with Brian Shane. All set. And they're off. Your Valentino out well from the inside with Grand Spirited and Fast and Ready. Globe Trotting going to find good position with Luis Reyes on the inside. Then we have Mannix, who's taking back this time, racing on the inside of Bill Needle, and Heat Merchant can see them all. They race into the clubhouse turn. It's a battle up front between Your Valentino and Juan Crawford on the inside of Grand Spirited and Pierre Mailhot. These two have quickly opened up 4 lengths on Fast and Ready, who's well spotted under Deshaun Bino. Then it's another gap of 3 to Globe Trotting with Heat Merchant moving up on the outside. Mannix tugging at the bit, and that leaves Bill Needle as the trailer. 23-3 for the opening quarter. Midway down the back stretch, the pace battle continues between Your Valentino and Grand Spirited. Fast and Ready biding his time in third. Globe Trotting moving well on the inside in fourth. Then we have Heat Merchant moving a 3-wide advance. Mannix in a bit of traffic there past a half in 46-4, and Bill Needle still at the back. Grand Spirited now getting the better of Your Valentino, who's steadied by Crawford. Fast and Ready is descending. Here comes a rally from Heat Merchant and Mannix. Now in the clear, moving well. At the head of the lane, it's Grand Spirited. He had to battle early. He put away the competition, and now he has to take on the challenge of Fast and Ready. Orange blinkers of Mannix are emerging. Heat Merchant down the far outside. 4 across the track. Mannix and Kirk Johnson going on to a score here. It's going to be Mannix, a length and a quarter. A photo for place between Heat Merchant and Fast and Ready, then Grand Spirited, 124-2. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is number 3, Mannix. It's a place photo. Hold all tickets. In the place photo, it's the number 7 Heat Merchant over the number 6 Fast and Ready. Fourth was number 4 Grand Spirited. Unofficial race 5 order, 3764. Now entering the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 5th race, number 3, Mannix. Mannix is a 7-year-old chestnut gelding by Australia out of Many Hearts, bred in Ireland by T. Stack. That's back-to-back wins on the card for jockey Kirk Johnson. Mannix is owned and trained by Gary Chidobiak. 8th lifetime win for Mannix. A narrow beat last time out, now proves best today, completing the about 7 furlongs over the turf course in a time of 1:24.2. Congratulations to the connections of Mannix. Hold all tickets until race 5 is made official. Race 5 is official. Prices are up. Mannix returns $4 to win, $2.50 and $2.20. Second, number 7, Heat Merchant, $7.90 to place, $4.50. Third, number 6, Fast and Ready, $4.60 to show. $2 exacta, $3.7, $37.30. The $1 try, $3.76, $103.60. $1 super, $3.764, $344. $2 double, $1.3, $5.50. $1 pick 3, $5.75. $1 early pick 4, $34.80. And the $1 early pick 5 returns $77.20. On screen now is the place photo from race 5. Be sure to come out for Canada Day racing on June 30th. Post time is 4:30. After the races, we'll feature a free concert from Rock Garden. Canada Day is in partnership with Fort Erie Festivals. There'll be free cupcakes while supplies last. Race 6 is the $30,000 guaranteed long-run thoroughbred retirement stakes. No show wagering in race 6. Take note that the number 1 Forest Flash is a supplemental entry. 18 minutes to post.
Race 6 up next, our second Cup race, or I should say 6th race here on the program. It's the Long Run Thoroughbred Retirement, $30,000. They will compete here at the 5.5 furlong distance. So we saw the girls in race 4. We see the Colts and Geldings square off here. The 1 Forest Flash was a supplement. We mentioned that on the morning show. And we're going to kick things off here with the number 4, Garofoli for Icon Racing, trained by Tony Adamo, a horse that has just been pretty impressive here. He's 3 for 5, has a second place finish also on that resume, and so far in 2026 he's undefeated. He was able to win his return to the races down at Finger Lakes and then came here on opening day and was able to win comfortably here in allowance event. I thought he got a really nice ride from Sofia Vivas, was able to stalk and make a late run, and ended up being much the best, drawing clear by nearly 4. And he does have to tackle the runner-up finisher in that race, once again Pat's Gamble, but he's handy. If he finds himself on the lead, he's fine. If he's raining, he'll race from there as well. So he is simply the horse to beat. I think, kind of looking at this card, to me he was the most likely lock on the program as well. So we'll use him on top. I mentioned the horse that was behind him was the 2 Pat's Gamble. Got some upside, just a handful of starts since joining the barn of John Sims, and it did seem, in my opinion, that he really took to the dirt last time out. He got a 70 buyer speed figure. He tried to roll from the back of the pack in that compact field and was making up ground late, just could not get to the winner. And I think for him, I would really love to see him go a little bit further than 5.5, but you do wonder, will Steve Jadu kind of put him more into the race? We'll see. It could be a strategy that works for him or works against him, but I think longer term, really looking forward to where we see him go from here, because I think 6.5 furlongs is certainly in the future of Pat's Gamble. Finally, the number 3, Mia and Me. Always been one of my favorite horses here the last couple of years, just because he is a model of consistency. He shows up every single time, and it was nice to see him return to the winner's circle in just his first start on the year. I thought he was ridden really well that day by Melanie Pinto, who's back aboard, just kept him involved, wasn't going to get cute early on, and had enough left late to get the job done. Now, this is a jump up in class for him, but he has been a horse that he's faced some nice horses along the road. I do think, though, he will need to take another step forward, and he'll race first off the claim today. So for me, all eyes will be on the number 4, Garofoli. We'll see if he can get another Cup victory under his belt.
field is making their way on track for today's 6th race. Race 6 is the co-featured $30,000 guaranteed long-run thoroughbred retirement stakes. It's a stakes for colts and geldings, 3-year-olds and up, which have been based here at Fort Erie Racetrack. We're going a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs. Race 6 offers win place, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering, no show wagering here in race 6. Post parade for the long run thoroughbred retirement stakes. Number 1 is Forest Flash, ridden today by Michael David. Jeff Boyce trains in part owns with Herb McGurr Jr. and Greg Atho. Denise Carpenter owns the number 2, Pat's Gamble. Steve Jadu riding for trainer John Sims. Number 3 is Mia and Me. Melanie Pinto has the call for trainer Joe Humber and owner Robert Elkins. Number 4 is Garofoli. Deshaun Gaskin pilots for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. Completing the field, number 5, Star Scholar. Juan Crawford riding for trainer John Sims, who owns in partnership with Denise Carpenter. 3 minutes to post for the long run thoroughbred retirement stakes. Final rolling pick 3 of the day starts here. Starting gate about to take position for today's 6th race. Not much time left to get your wagers in. Heavy favorite at 2 to 5 is the number 4, Garofoli. 5-1 support on the number 3, Mia and Me. Final rolling pick 3 of the day. Starts here. Not much time left to get those wagers in. Race 6 field is approaching the starting gate. Last call to get your wagers in. Race 6 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time for the long run thoroughbred retirement stakes. First to go in will be Forest Flash with Mikey David. Gate 2 for Pat's Gamble, one of 2 for the John Sims barn. Steve Jadu aboard, currently the 3-1 second choice. Mia and Me off the claim, Melanie Pinto aboard. Heavy favorite Garofoli with Deshaun Gaskin looking to give Adamo and Icon a stakes double on the card. The last in will be Star Scholar and Juan Crawford. All set. And they're off in the long run thoroughbred retirement stakes. Straight to the lead, Garofoli rockets out of the starting gate, but he's being pressured on the inside by Forest Flash. Good position, third on the inside for Pat's Gamble, racing a length better than stablemate Star Scholar, and Mia and Me is at the back. It's about 6 lengths front to back. Forest Flash and Mikey David have taken the advantage from Garofoli and Deshaun Gaskin. These two have already pulled 6 lengths clear of Pat's Gamble and Steve Jadu. Then we have Mia and Me and Melanie Pinto racing on the inside at the back with Star Scholar. Juan Crawford in the green cap to his outside. 22-1, a quick opening quarter, and now Garofoli counter punches and takes the lead from Forest Flash. Pat's Gamble swings to the outside. He still has 6 lengths to make up and a furlong to do it. It's Garofoli striding clear within the 8th pole. Pat's Gamble coming into second, but Garofoli finding more in the final 16th. Garofoli and Deshaun Gaskin, an absolute romp in the long run thoroughbred retirement stakes. Pat's Gamble second, then Star Scholar, Forest Flash, and Mia and Me, 103 and 2. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 4, Garofoli. Second is the 2, Pat's Gamble. Third, number 5, Star Scholar, and fourth, number 1, Forest Flash. Unofficial race 6 order, 4-2-5-1. Race 6 is now official. Now crossing the turf course to the infield stakes winner's circle, the official winner of the long run thoroughbred retirement stakes, number 4, Garofoli. Garofoli is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Super Speedy out of Sky Mother Earth, bred here in Ontario by Stephen Burks. A riding double on the card for Deshaun Gaskin. Garofoli is trained by Tony Adamo for Icon Racing Stables. That's a stakes double today for the team of Adamo and Icon. 8th lifetime win for Garofoli, who's now a perfect 3 for 3 this season. He completes the 5.5 furlongs in a winning time of 103 and 2. Congratulations to the connections of Garofoli. Stand by for the mutuals. Prices are up. Garofoli returns $210 to win, $210 to place. No show wagering in race 6. Number 2, Pat's Gamble, paid $260 to place. $2 exacta, 4-2, 310. The $1 try, 425, 390. $1 super, 4251, 865. $2 double, 34, 440. And the $1 pick 3, 385. And now let's go down to the winner's circle where Ashley Mayu is on hand with the winning connections of Garofoli.
Garofoli takes his title once again here in the long run thoroughbred retirement stakes, but a new rider in comparison to last year, Deshaun Gaskin. Deshaun, in terms of the trip, is that exactly what you're looking for to kind of press the speed throughout?
Well, I get the break on him, and Mikey Davis wanted more than me, so he's take it. I like the wings, you know. It's not at the beginning, you know. The most important thing is get the horse in the right position, keep it in the clear, and go from there. I want to thank the Father above for blessing me today with these 2 wings, and I have one more in the Hort Vehicle wing. I want to thank all the fathers that come out and everyone that come out to support. I want to say a happy Father's Day to my father and all the dads. And I want to thank Icon and the whole team for giving me the opportunity to ride an amazing horse. All the horses I have get all the opportunities, and I'm looking forward for more, you know.
You're making the most out of your opportunities. Congrats.
Thank you very much. That's my job, you know. Have a good day.
Thanks.
And once again, Tony, we're talking again this time, though, with Garofoli. We did this last year. You've had to be patient with him, though, but to get a win again here today probably means a little bit more.
Yeah, he's a tough horse to train. He's not easy. You know, he's got quirks, and even coming over here with the crowd and everything, he can lose his race just before it starts. So, but he did his job. You know what I mean? Like he put the speed away and then finished like he should have. Right?
You talk about the team here. I mean, the whole team was here. I think this is the most packed I've seen in the winner's circle, but it's not just a team effort, but it's also a family effort as well.
Absolutely. Icon has been awesome throughout this whole journey. And, the whole family, like I always say, every time we talk, it's Dave down, with the whole family. And I got to say, my family's here today, and they're never, they're not always here. My wife works a lot, and she's here, and my kids are here, and my parents are here. So that one's for them.
Congrats, Tony.
Thank you.
Garofoli reigns supreme, another long-run thoroughbred retirement stakes on his past performances as a win.
Be sure to mark your calendars. The 91st running of the Prince of Wales Stakes is taking place on Labor Day this year, September 7th. And returning this year on Prince of Wales Day is the fashion contest. The best dressed ladies will win a gift certificate. That gift certificate sponsored by Lasting Impressions Lifestyle Boutique. Race 7 is coming up in 14 minutes. There are no changes.
Well, we're down to 2 races here. Race number 7 is going to be our final dirt race on the program at 6 furlongs. It's a maiden special weight event with a field of 7 going postward. And I do think the outside 2 fillies in here, they're going to take most of the respect, that being the 6 Naked in the Forest and the 7 Blues Mommy. And I do use the 7 Blues Mommy on top. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Silent Name who came to life last time out. She was able to run a really nice third where she rallied from off of it to just miss by 3/4 of a length. And to me, it just looked like a race she could really build upon. Thought her gallop out was nice. It was her first start here in quite some time. You'd have to go to the prior races and look at her best 2. I mean, her best 2 have been here. So really like her here. I also think coming out of that race last time out at 5/8, the additional 1/8 of a mile should really suit her well. So I do use her as the top pick. The 6 Naked in the Forest goes out for Roy Augustino, and even Stevens stable just narrowly defeated, exits that same race as Blues Mommy. And I do think this filly has a little bit more gas early in her races, so maybe she does get a little bit better of a setup in comparison to Blues Mommy, but she's also just making her second start here on the dirt, so there is some upside. So I think kind of looking at that as a key race, that being the Summer Solstice Cup, those are the 2 that are going to take a lot of the respect. The other horse that I did want to mention, the number 1, Dancing Mary Marie. This one's going to go out first off the claim for Des Maynard. She's going to race with blinkers off. If you're watching her track side here, I should say in the paddock, you'll see she's got a hood on. She's got some cheek pieces just to probably keep her calm. And she's on her toes, but overall, I think she's been pretty well behaved so far. She didn't show much in her 2 starts this year, but I did think her form last year suggested that she might get the right setup in here. I mean, I know she was in for a tag in those races up at Woodbine, but I did like what I saw. She's offspring of Super Speedy, which we talk about it every time we see horses trying the dirt for the first time. The Super Speedies would be at the top of the list, and then for me, second would be Reload. So I don't think the surface should be an issue. She does have some drills here. I know they're not on the quickest of things, but I do find her to be a little bit of an interesting, fresh face here, and hopefully she will offer some value. So far I said she's being really well behaved. She's just on her toes and feeling pretty good. But for me, the top pick will be the 7 Blues Mommy from the outside. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first prize draw winner to announce. Could Jacob Horinga please head to customer service? Once again, that's Jacob Horinga. Please report to customer service to collect your prize. Congratulations. There will be more prize draws winners to announce later. Field is making their way on track for today's 7th race. Race 7 is a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. Traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $22,050. Race 7 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Race 7 post parade. Number 1 is Dancin' Mary Marie. Melanie Pinto riding for trainer Desmond Maynard and owner Nadia Donlava. Number 2 is Strike a Note. Deshaun Gaskin has the call for trainer Joe Humber and owner Joy Elkins. Number 3 is R Skyline, ridden today by Corey Jordan. Cindy Musto trains and owns in partnership with Gary Wright. Candace Warwick owns the number 4, Frederica's Rose. Juan Crawford pilots for trainer Steve Cathcart. Number 5 is R Lily. Luis Reyes riding for trainer Brad Dunslow and owner James Ogilvy. Even Stevens Stables own the number 6, Naked in the Forest. Alexis Sanchez riding for trainer Roy Augustino. Completing the field, number 7, Blues Mommy. Steve Jadu rides for trainer John Sims, who owns in partnership with Denise Carpenter. Late double wagering offered here in the 7th. Ladies and gentlemen, we have two more non-winning ticket prize winners to announce. Could John S. and Kevin Fitzgerald please head to customer service? Once again, that's John S. and Kevin Fitzgerald. Congratulations. You have won prizes. Please head to customer service. Starting gate is moving into position for race 7. Last call to get your wagers in. Race 7 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Current favorite at 8-5 is the number 6, Naked in the Forest. First to come up will be Dancin' Mary Marie with Melanie Pinto. Gate 2 for Strike a Note. Deshaun Gaskin looking for his third win on the card. The gray are Skyline with Corey Jordan. Frederica's Rose and Juan Crawford to gate 4, currently at 3-1. Our Lily and Luis Reyes. Naked in the Forest with Alexis Sanchez. Still the 8-5 choice. Naked in the Forest now 5-2, co-favored with Dancin' Mary Marie. Goes up, last in will be Blues Mommy and Steve Jadu. Blues Mommy steps in now. All set. And they're off. Very good beginning. Our Skyline out well towards the inside. Strike a Note also showing speed. Out wide, Our Lily, Naked in the Forest, and Blues Mommy. Between horses, Frederica's Rose. The top 6 are quite clustered. The early trailer is Dancin' Mary Marie. The pace now being set by Strike a Note and Deshaun Gaskin, leading a length to Naked in the Forest. Red blinkers with Alexis Sanchez on the outside. Then we have Our Lily and Luis Reyes racing between horses with Our Skyline and Corey Jordan on the rail. The opening quarter was 22-3. Now Steve Jadu makes a 3-wide advance on Blues Mommy. She's moved into third. It's a gap of 4 more to the trailing duo of Dancing Mary Marie with Melanie Pinto and Frederica's Rose and Juan Crawford. About 8 lengths front to back, just over 2 furlongs to go. Strike a Note still has the lead, but here comes Blues Mommy moving well into second. Our Lily is third. That's all for Naked in the Forest. Fourth on the inside is Our Skyline. They turn for home. It's still Strike a Note looking to make all under Deshaun Gaskin. Blues Mommy and Steve Jadu second on the outside. Our Lily still in with a shot. Just over a 16th to go. Strike a Note still on top. Blues Mommy trying, but Strike a Note will prevail. Strike a Note goes wire to wire. Photo for second, I think it's Blues Mommy over Our Lily. Then Dancing Mary Marie ran on for fourth. Our Skyline, Frederica's Rose, and Naked in the Forest. 1-12-2. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 2, Strike a Note. It's a photo for place. Hold all tickets. In the place photo, it's the number 7 Blues Mommy over the number 5 Our Lily. Third, number 1 Dancin' Mary Marie. Unofficial race 7 order 2751. Now back to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 7th race, number 2, Strike a Note. Strike a Note is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Seattle Serenade out of I. Raffaella, bred here in Ontario by Bruno Schickadans. 3 wins on the card for jockey Deshaun Gaskin. Strike a Note is trained by Joe Humber for Joy Elkins. Strike a Note goes off the claim, scoring a gate-to-wire win today, breaking the maiden in start number 8 and completing the 6 furlongs in a time of 1:12.2. Congratulations to the connections of Strike a Note. Hold all tickets until race 7 is made official. Race 7 is now official. Prices are up. Strike a Note returns $12.80 to win, $7.20 and $4.50. Second, number 7 Blues Mommy, $7.90 to place, $5.10. Third, number 5 Our Lily, $4.40 to show. $2 exacta, $2.7, $85 even. The $1 try, $2.75, $162.10. $1 super, $2.751, $400.90. $2 double, $4.2, $14 even. And the $1 pick 3, $11.55. On screen now is the place photo from race 7. Join the Fort Erie Racetrack Loyalty Club. You can earn rewards every time you attend the races. Head down to customer service for the details. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $15 per person. The track pack includes 1 food item, 1 drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. Race 8, coming up in 18 minutes. Jackpot high 5 wagering offered here. Stewart scratch the main track only, number 9, more 4 Beach Friends.
We round out the Father's Day program here on the turf at 5 furlongs. It's an allowance event for non-winners of 2 lifetime and our biggest field on the Sunday program with 8 in this spot. So the 9 is the MTO. 4 Beach Friends will be scratch and race on another day. And looking at this group, I really struggled between my top 2 in here. They're drawn alongside one another, that being the 6 Dodester and the 7 Drop Your Gloves. And I decided to go with the 7 Drop Your Gloves. We'll see if he's ready to roll, off the freshening, as we haven't seen him since mid-October. But like a couple of things. I like the blinkers coming off. They tried them in his last 2 starts of 2025, and he really wasn't able to fire. But I also love him getting back on the grass. I know you might look at his maiden score back in 2024 and say he's a synthetic horse, but actually his turf race was really strong 4 starts back, where he was rolling late to just be defeated by a neck. So I really like the turf. I think the setup in here, there should be plenty of pace signed on, that if he's able to stalk and save ground, he can come rolling from off of it. So decided to opt with him for the top pick, but I'll also use the 6 Dodester. I mentioned it was a struggle not to use him on top. He's a pretty good looking horse here who just raced a week ago, and kind of looking at that was right after it just monsooned here. I mean, the track went from fast to a mess pretty quickly, going to a sloppy track, and this horse actually really relished it, tracked in second throughout. He looked like he was going to be able to reel in Tiernan, but he was unable to do so, and just thought it was a nice step forward. Second time out this year. I expect him to take another one here. Grass, he is 0 for 5, but I'm really not worried about the surface with him. I think he's pretty quick. He should get a forward trip, and I do find him to be a little bit intriguing and expecting him to take some play. Finally, the number 5, Heavy Like a Chevy, another one that raced just a week ago, but he graduated a week ago as him and Brian Shane were able to steal it on the front end. Thought it was a really great ride by Brian to just go for it, open up several lengths on the field, and stay in front by 4.5. So like that, he's booked to ride again. Julie Mathis having a good meet. He's going to go. I think this is a test, obviously, coming from even a maiden special weight to face winners for the first time with other speed, but hard to ignore that performance, as this horse can get a little brave on the front end. But with that in mind and some speed signed on, I did go to the 7, Drop Your Gloves, as my top pick. Best of luck here in the nightcap, and for everyone on site today, thanks for joining us on Father's Day. We hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Field is making their way on track for today's 8th and final race. Race 8 is an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. Traveling a distance of 5 furlongs over the turf course, competing for a purse of $25,050. Race 8 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high-five wagering. Race 8 post parade, number 1 is Very Debonair. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 2 is Six Brothers Stables Jersey King. Christoph Douglas riding for trainer Ken Albu. Number 3 is Super Serenade. Alexis Sanchez has the call for trainer Howard Keane, who owns in partnership with Ian Ricardo Brown. Number 4 is Lumberyard. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Nick Malini Jr. and owners Winston and Carol Wilkinson. Number 5 is Heavy Like a Chevy. Brian Shane has the call for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. We'll come back to the 6. Number 7 is Drop Your Gloves, owned and trained by Kevin Buttigieg. The rider is Steve Jadu. Number 8 is Zimbabwe. Chad Lee rides for trainer Cindy Musto, who owns in partnership with Gary Wright. And on screen now, the number 6 Dodester. Michael David rides for owner trainer Jeff Voice. Jackpot high five wagering offered here in the 8th. We're on the turf for the nightcap. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch to announce here in race 8 by order of the stewards. Take out the number 2 Jersey King. Number 2 Jersey King is a late steward scratch here in race 8. Win, play, show, exacta, try, super, and high five wagers on the number 2 Jersey King will be refunded. If you were live to Jersey King in any pick 3, pick 4, or pick 5s, you will inherit the post-time favorite, and there will be a consolation double paid on Jersey King. Once again, that is a late steward scratch of the number 2 Jersey King. So slight delay before the start of race 8. The starting gate is moving into position on the turf course. Still have a bit of time to get your wagers in for the 8th and final race. Race 8 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 9-5 favorite is the number 4 Lumberyard, making his Fort Erie debut. Scratch down to a field of 7. First up will be Very Debonair. Kirk Johnson looking for his 3rd win on the card. Super Serenade and Alexis Sanchez. Lumberyard and Melanie Pinto, the 9-5 favorite. Heavy Like a Chevy, a winner last week with Brian Shane. Currently offered at 4-1. Dodester with Mikey David. Drop Your Gloves and Steve Jadu. The last in will be Zimbabwe and Chad Lee. All set for the nightcap. And they're off. A good beginning, Zimbabwe out a bit slowly from the center of the gate. Heavy Like a Chevy is out well, but along the inside, the stablemate, Very Debonair, intent on making the lead. Good position for Super Serenade, 3rd on the inside, racing a length and a half better than Lumberyard, who's racing towards the rail with Dodester to his outer. Then it's Drop Your Gloves, and a few lengths back to Zimbabwe. They race into the turn. The opening quarter was 22-2. It's Very Debonair and Kirk Johnson, a length to Heavy Like a Chevy and Brian Shane. Mikey David says go on Dodester. He's moving well, 3 wide, with Lumberyard and Melanie Pinto between horses, and Super Serenade and Alexis Sanchez towards the rail. Down the stretch they come. Very Debonair clinging to the lead. Heavy Like a Chevy is there in second. Dodester angling towards the inside, as does Lumberyard. They still need to run down Very Debonair, who broke fast, has the lead. Kirk the Chef Johnson looking for 3. Very Debonair coming to the wire. Very Debonair holds on. Very Debonair over Lumberyard. A fast charge from Drop Your Gloves, then Dodester, Super Serenade, Zimbabwe, and Heavy Like a Chevy. 58-2. Unofficial in race 8, the winner is number 1, Very Debonair. It's a photo for place. Hold all tickets. In the place photo, it's the number 4, Lumberyard, over the number 7, Drop Your Gloves. 4th was number 6, Dodester. Unofficial race 8 order, 1-4, 7-6. Now back to the winner's circle. The official winner of today's 8th race, number 1, Very Debonair. Very Debonair is a 7-year-old bay gelding by Signature Red out of Italian Beauty, a homebred here in Ontario for owner Bruno Schickadans. The Chef, Kirk Johnson, cooks up a 3-win day today. Very Debonair is trained by Julie Mathis. That's the 2nd lifetime win in 30 starts for Very Debonair, who takes them all the way on the front end, completing the 5 furlongs in a time of 58-2. Congratulations to the connections of Very Debonair. Race 8 is official. Mutuals will be up shortly. Prices are up. Very Debonair returns $14.40 to win, $5.60 and $3.50. Second, number 4, Lumberyard, $3.10 to place, $2.40. Third, number 7, Drop Your Gloves, $3.80 to show. $2 exacta, $1.4, $42 even. The $1 try, $1.47, $85.05. $1 super, $1.476, $187.80. 20-cent high five, $1.4763, returns $193.83. Multiple winning tickets in the high five, so the carryover into next Monday's card will be $550.50. $2 double, 2-1, $112.40. The consolation double with the late scratch number 2 is $9.70. $1 pick 3, $79.85. $1 late pick 4, $165.55. And the $1 late pick 5 returned $245.50. Jackpot high five carryover for next week will be $550.50. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show for info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back next week at Fort Erie. We switch to our Monday-Tuesday schedule next week. Post time both days will be 4:30. And be sure to come out next Tuesday after the races. We'll have a free concert at the Tiki Bar featuring Rock Garden. The Wiener Dogs come back to Fort Erie on Sunday, July 12th. Admission is always free. Fort Erie is proud to partner with Oneida New Holland of Niagara. We'd like to thank them for providing us with a new tractor for maintenance this season. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 70 HD or Channel 100 Epico, Thursdays at 10:30, Saturdays at 4, and Sundays at noon. And that concludes the card here from Fort Erie for our Father's Day. I'd like to thank everybody for joining us here today. We had a tremendous on-site crowd. We'll be back next week, Monday and Tuesday. Post time will be 4:30, and we hope to see you all back. Enjoy the rest of your Father's Day, and have a lovely week.